right, I think we are going to get started here. Good afternoon, everybody, ladies and gentlemen, dear kids. Welcome to the 22nd Annual Turkish Cultural Festival here in the Pacific Northwest, Turkfest. Thank you. Thank you so much for coming. We are honored to have you here after a couple of years of having this virtually. We're so excited to be back in person. Before we get into our content, we have a guest of honor in the house today. Our festival director, Robert Nellis, will provide a speech, but I wanted to quickly thank our volunteers who made this event possible, especially after a couple of years of doing this virtually. Like I said, it was a humongous effort. Our volunteers, as well as Seattle Center, and of course our sponsors, Koza Mediterranean Market. You guys should check them out. They really carry authentic inventory. For Culture, Alaska Airlines, the Climate Pledge Arena, Coors Light Pepsi, Primera Blue Cross, Symetra T-Mobile, and Washington Federal Bank. And we would also like to take our vendors, who you will get to meet later in the day. We serve coffee, we have food, we have authentic Turkish rugs and so on. So with that, I think we can invite our first. I'll go through this. Some of this content. We didn't want to make him wait. When you have a senior person in the house, we didn't want to make him wait. So what we're going to do is, why did you go back? We're going to quickly show you the schedule. We have a full program today here in the stage arena. We're going to have dances, we're going to have musical performances, we're going to have so much fun, hopefully, and in between of performances, I'll be also providing with you some content about our culture while we celebrate Turkey. We're going to talk about some of the wonderful places in Turkey, some our food, our cuisine, of course, but we'll hopefully give you a glimpse of heartwarming Turkish culture this weekend. But without further ado, Robert to our stage for his opening remarks. Thank you, Robert.
Thank you so much. I'm Robert Nellis. I'm the director here at Seattle Center, and I always like to tell people I have the best job in Seattle because I get to come do things like this. I get to welcome all the festival events that happen here. I get to be part of what happens here at Seattle Center. And you know, the thing about Seattle Center is that we strive to create spaces that people feel very comfortable to come to, and they can come and create community together. And that's what we try to do. So Turkfest is part of Festal. It's part of our 24 unique cultural festivals perceived by community organizations. And it's all year round. We do this from January basically into November. And so if you love Turkfest, you can always look and see and come back and check out one of the other 24 festivals that we have here. And I just want to make one quick note that if you love Turkfest like we do, and you love the fact that it's here at Seattle Center, you should thank this young lady right down here, Heidi Jackson, who is the head of our Festal program. But before we get too far engaged in Turkfest, I'd like to begin our day with celebrating not just the Turkish festival and heritage, but also let's take a moment to acknowledge the indigenous land that we are on. Seattle Center exists on the traditional territories of the Coast Salish people. It is important to honor the original steward of this land. It is also important to recognize that their descendants continue to live with the impacts of displacement and the accompanying oppressions. This acknowledgement reminds us to strive for respectful partnerships with all people as we search for collective healing. This weekend's celebration is part of Festal, the 25th anniversary year. Our theme for this 25th year is Where the World Gathers. And today we honor the past with an eye on the future as we look to share our cultural experiences and traditions with new generations. Turkey's capital, Istanbul, is the only city in the world located on two continents, Europe and Asia. Throughout history, Turkey has acted as a crossroads of cultures, as a bridge between three continents, Europe, Asia, and Africa. Turkfest provides an opportunity for Seattleites and people from our community to experience that convergence of culture through song, dance, food, drink, and language. The festival is made possible by the Turkish American Cultural Association of Washington. We should always applaud the volunteers that make these festivals possible. So let me try that once more. The festival is made possible by the Turkish American Cultural Association of Washington. This group, as well as many volunteers who help produce the festival, are dedicated to bringing Turkish culture to their friends, family, and neighbors in the authentic and welcoming way. They have produced Turkfest since 2001, and they've done an incredible job. Now, at Seattle Center, we are very, very, very grateful to Turkfest for coming back. It's been 3 years of doing virtual stuff, trying to figure out if you're going to continue to be a festival and everything. And so I just want to say, as from Seattle Center standpoint, we say thank you for being here and being part of Festal. And one other note, we're at Seattle Center, we're celebrating Turkfest, and we will have a great time today. But this is also to acknowledge the fact that our Governor Inslee, has declared that October is Turkish Heritage Month, so we should celebrate that too. And finally, I will say welcome to everyone. I hope you enjoy the festival. I hope you enjoy all of the vendors that are here, all the music and food and dance and everything that happens. And as you're enjoying these things, I hope you remember that this is a part of our community, this is a part of your community, and as we build these things together, we're trying to build a greater community for all of us. And if we can do that, we can make this a better place. And with that, I'd like to turn it back to our MC. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Robert. So we mentioned this is the 22nd time we're doing this, a long legacy, and we wanted to come back here and be with you again in person. We're so excited about that. And Robert mentioned this. I want to highlight that one more time. I don't know if you knew, but the month of October is declared by the state governor as the Turkish Heritage Month. So it's a very special time for us to be able to connect with you through Turkfest this weekend. We have other activities going on in the region as well, and one of which is on October 29th, which is the day on which the modern Turkish Republic was founded. So we celebrate our history. There's a gathering here. I wanted to talk about that briefly because it's important for us. Yes, 25 years of Festal. We are honored to be part of it, and it's our 22nd year, so we go way back. And what brings us here together is the celebration of Turkish culture, but not just Turkish culture actually. We have, as you'll find out throughout the presentation, we'll have participants from the neighboring countries. We celebrate our region, our culture, focusing on the similarities that we have, not the differences we have. So this year, we were thinking about, okay, 3 years, we have done this virtually, we're going to go back in person. What should we do? In celebration of being able to enjoy this weekend with you, we thought, okay, let's go back and do a throwback to 22 years almost. We studied what we shared with you over the past years. So we basically cherry-picked some of the best content for you, hopefully this weekend, and we'll share that with you in Best of Turkfest. We'll talk about magical places. We'll take you to interesting places. We'll talk about food. We'll talk about some of the musical performances, stage performances. It's going to be a rich content for you. The video. Let's see what they have to say. Oops.
So how was Turkey?
That's what it is. So I'm wondering, has any one of you been to Turkey before? You have. Perfect. Maybe we have a lot of Turkish folks here, of course, but I wanted to ask you, would you make a guess how many tourists would visit Turkey in a year? So this is part of the fun content we have, just as a warm-up. Throughout the weekend, we'll have some quiz questions for you. And we have an easy way to engage with you. These days, everybody has smartphones, so we'll be able to have you join a quick quiz with a simple question. And we have some surprise, fun giveaways for those who answer the question the fastest way. So this is just a warm-up, just to get everybody going. If I may ask you to just pull up your smartphone. These days, everybody has smartphones. And I'd like you to go to kahoot.it. It is a website. If you just go to a few characters, kahoot.it, it will ask a PIN number from you. That PIN number will get you in the quiz. And the quiz question will be, so you can already make your guess. If you know the answer, you know how many tourists visit Turkey in a year. 112, 52, and 105. So let's pull up the code that we could share with our guests. By the way, this is the first time they're using this. We're going to give you the pin here in a second. The screen is amazing. We used to have these old clunky TVs, not even flat screens that we would carry around the stage, but now we have this going on. So once this is launched, hopefully we're signed in. The classic mode. Okay, so loading game pin. Okay, so here's the pin. 837-6540. If you just go to kahoot.it, just put 837-6540, it'll show you, oh, Rose is already in. Thank you for joining, Rose. Joey, Erica, Nursaid, Rob, Bill. Let's see if anybody joins. Will anybody else joins? We'll wait for a couple more seconds to see who else joins. We'll have more of these, so not worry. I think we can get started with this. Let's do that. And on your phone, you'll see 4 selections, 4 options, multiple choice question that correspond to the question. All right, let's go. We can go back to the presentation mode. Okay. If we have enough answers, we can reveal, hopefully you were able to put your quick answer in. Oh, 18 answers already, okay. I think we can go. 4, 3, 2, okay. 52 million, 10 people. Wow, you guys know what you're talking about. That's good. That was the right answer. Let's go next. Okay, so now the podium, we'll see. Somebody got 956. Who is John? Where's John? John G. There's the third. Khaled. Riz. Where's Riz? Riz, can you find me right here? After this, I'll give you a little authentic Turkish piece. We actually brought this piece from Turkey, completely authentic. So we'll hand over a little gift for you. Okay, so that was our little warm up. According to the World Tourism Organization, 52 million people visit Turkey, which, by the way, this was in 2019. It was a record for Turkey. This makes Turkey the 6th most visited international tourist destination in the world, 6th among how many countries? Think about it. So, so that was cool. The schedule, we have the schedule here. We can distribute those to you. But like I said, we're going to have some great stage performances, dances, and more, all the way up to 6 p.m. We'll throughout the show, we'll display this for you. But really, without further ado, I want to leave the stage to our longtime friend, Izumi Fairbanks, who's performed at Turkfest in the past. She is going to do a music workshop and a presentation for you, and we're so excited for that. Izumi, the stage is yours. Thank you so much for coming back to Turkfest.
Thank you for the warm welcome, and congratulations on Takawa's 22nd year. So I very recently, 3 weeks ago, I came back from the Black Sea region, the northeast coast of Turkey, but also Greece and Georgia, western Georgia. So I would like to share some of my observations, but the slides are going away a little fast. Can you cue up to the first one, please? Okay, I'll do it. Maybe I should do it. One moment. Okay, that's my theme slide. And Izumi's Black Sea journey, because that's where I went. And why? It was in pursuit of dance in the community. Greece, Turkey, Georgia, and I guess the visuals show you that. And I was in the middle of saying, at first I would like to share some music, and I've never done this before, where I have slides, and I will accompany the slides with my own music. So it's automated. Hopefully the timing will be right. I just need to get my instruments ready, so please bear with me. I also have to advance a slide here and there, so there's a lot going on. I'm also going to use my phone. So, part 1 is with the Black Sea Fiddles. Right. Oh, this is my second theme. So I created a little artwork here with my lira, Pontic lira, or the kemençe. This is the Black Sea fiddle. And I have two maps, one of Greece and one of Turkey, and a little bit of Georgia. You can see where they are located. And on one of my walks in Thessaloniki, I saw this cat straddling a fence between two apartments. And I thought, oh, that's so symbolic of what I'm doing. I'm straddling two worlds. The cat's doing that too, and it feels so comfortable. It feels like it's at home doing just that. So it kind of became my mascot, like yesterday. So let me begin. Thank you. So this instrument that I just played is the Pontic lira. This one is brand new. I just got it. Actually, my friend brought it back for me. If you weren't able to do that, I would not be holding this. So thank you, Nick, wherever you are, probably Thessaloniki. I'm going to switch instruments now, moving from the Pontic one to the Turkish Karadeniz one, in honor of the places I visited. But the music is from both places, the diaspora community, the Pontic Greeks in Greece, elsewhere, and the people of Karadeniz today in Turkey. All right. Now this is where I click, do another click, and let me remember what I'm going to play. Oh yeah, okay. So we're going to go on a little tour again, but this time we're going from Greece to Turkey.
That little button there. Hopefully I have it lined up okay. Looks good. Okay, so all you do is press that button. Alright, good stuff. And look at it again. Yeah.
was the convention. Both are fiddles from the Black Sea. Now, I'm going to take you over to Georgia. My next instrument actually is going to be my voice. Because over there, they're very well known for their singing tradition, the polyphonic singing tradition, which is also found in Turkey. So you will get to hear examples of both. And also I'm going to try something I've never done before with just my phone. Hopefully you can hear the track that I will play, because it's a multi-part song. Usually 3 parts, but I will sing 2 parts. I'm going to do it with myself. Let me get everything ready. And please let me know if I need to bring the phone closer. And I got a click too. Handling all this stuff. I have another song, this time Across the Border. This is all from Western Georgia, and there's a Georgian-Turkish community in Turkey, and they're kin with the folks across the border. They have to go to Serbia along the coast to go back and forth, but during emergencies there's an access point, I found out. So I will sing a song from Machahel on the other side of the border. complicated, so I'm just gonna do, oh, okay, that's good. That was my last slide. So this song I just sang, I sang with the man on the left. He was part of the group that we studied with back in 2018. And when I was in the Highlands there, we ran into each other. It was totally unexpected, or maybe it was natural for him to be there, but I wasn't sure if I was going to be there, so it was by chance, and we got to sing a verse or two. And then staying in the region, Western Georgia, actually, I'm going to get my accordion. And because today I'm not able to play this music very well, I'm going to sing it instead. I hope I remember the lyrics. I will play and sing this one day. Just not, it's not going to happen, so apologies for that. But I have another piece for you. That's my teacher. Very true. So this is art screen, also from the Black Sea region, but in the mountains on the Turkfest. It's a dance melody, so I sang a kind of sad song, so this will bring the mood up a bit. Sorry. Not to advance. Thank you for bearing with me. All right, so that was the musical portion of my presentation. I'll take a quick peek at the time. So I have about 20 minutes to talk about the rest of my travels. So in a nutshell, I feel like this cat. Worlds, and I play this music for a while now. Actually started playing to bring it out 10 years ago. It's going to be 10 years in a few weeks. And as I was learning, I learned more and more melody. I began to wonder about all the songs and all the dances, and I also wondered about the Turkish style as well. So I got into that, and the more I learn, the more I want to learn even more. So after the melodies came some songs and some dances. So now I'm actually very much dance oriented because I played, the last one I played is all dance music. So, that's my theme slide again, my journey to the Black Sea. And yeah, so I was traveling 2 worlds. And order, I went to Bulgaria also. It's not really part of this talk, but I did go to a very famous folk festival in Koprivnica, near east of Sofia. So I did cross the border for that from Greece. And then that was west, right, west of Turkey and east of Turkey. I crossed over into Georgia. And I'm involved in all of these musics, even the Bulgarian one, because I started Bulgarian music before the Black Sea one. And here's the region. I mentioned west and east. So going west in Greece is Thessaloniki. That's where I was based. That's where a lot of the Pontic Greek community lives, north of Thessaloniki actually, and east. And then in Turkey, from there I went on to Turkey, and from there I went to Batumi in Georgia, and then back to Turkey, but now Borchka, which is considered the Caucasus region. So this is to give you an idea where I went. And better find this. Watch this slide with you. Yeah, so what was my purpose? I mentioned a little bit, I guess. My purpose was to observe dances and to participate. I play the music. I just wanted to be a little bit more involved, deepen my work, and bring that back with me to inform my current work, because all this stuff is really hard to do being so far away. So I had a chance to go back. I have family in Turkey. I'm part Turkish on my mom's side, and I even have roots somewhere in the Black Sea coast, so at a place called Of. So I had a chance to visit. I made sure I visited that area. Also, there's a lot of agriculture there. So they grow hazelnuts, they grow tea, corn, beans, I think tobacco and some other things. So it's a very mountainous region, and farming is not easy. Everybody participates, or they hire workers, migrant workers. But families who have migrated will come back and help. During the harvest time, I've seen in many places, they all get together, team up, and they harvest. I also participated in a whole day of harvesting hazelnuts. It was good work. So these are some of my goals, reasons I went. And what else? Some facts, not all of them, but it was 7 weeks of travel, spanning 3 countries, 4 if you include Bulgaria, so Greece, Turkey, Georgia. And I didn't stay in one location more than 3 or 4 nights, sometimes 1 night, sometimes 2 nights. I got to attend 3 summer dances in Greece, all very different, and 4 highland festivals. They call them Yayla Şenliği. Yayla is the highland. And I managed to get 2 lessons, one in singing, finalizing our singing sessions, and also the Pontic Greek lead-up. That was a surprise. And I'm a language enthusiast as well, and some of you know that I study some languages. I did study modern Greek during the pandemic times. I took an online course offered by UW and learned basics of the Greek language. And I was already studying Georgian because I go to Georgia quite often, and I used to be part of a group they still sing called 145. It's the local Georgian choir. So when I went to these places, I was able to speak with the locals in their own language. Not very well, but not too bad either. I mostly relied on homestays, and my Airbnb experience was really stellar. I was really lucky that way. Guest houses and occasionally hotels when you needed the convenience of services. Like one time I was doing a side trip, I didn't need my whole luggage with me. So I decided to book a hotel for a future date and leave my luggage, and I would get it back on the way back, and the next day I was leaving the country. I had many helping hands. This would not be possible without the help of my family here today. With Sophie and Aki and Vermont. They're so patient with my work. There's music every day in some form in my house. You know, it might sound nice, but sometimes it's probably too much, so thank you for your patience. It's the help of the community and the extended community. Now that I'm a musician, I feel like I'm part of a very special family worldwide now, because when musicians come to us, they become our family too. So this is something like an exchange that we give and we receive mutually. So without their help, I would not have been able to do it, and without building relationships and spending months and years even on this trip, building and researching where should I go, what should I do, this would not be possible, and it went so smoothly. It's thanks to this previous work. Let's see what else. Oh, I think I visited more than 20 locations. I have no idea about the distance with the comings and goings. I want to figure that out, and I was solo. I did not have a car. I had to use a bus, minibus. Sometimes I was on foot, and I didn't really take public transportation where walking was possible. Airplane a couple times, of course. Private car or carpooling, and it's like between carpooling and hitchhiking. In remote areas especially, you have to rely on the help of others if you don't have your own vehicle, and everyone's really helpful about that. But sometimes there's no one going, so you have to wait. So that's a bit of an inconvenience. Next time I would like to get my own vehicle. Yes, plans depend on events and times. One big challenge of this trip is that a lot of it was spontaneous. I did not know where I was going to go next week or the week after. I could not really make plans. It all depended on the events themselves. And events would depend on me choosing the dance events, because there's so many, especially in Greece during the summer months. Even on a daily basis, there are multiple huge dance events for different communities, like the Cretan or the Pontian or the island communities. Live music and dancing is such a part of life over there. It's really incredible. If you go to Greece, go to a few of these. It's amazing. So there's a lot to choose from. They're everywhere. And I had to consider who's playing. Mostly I wanted to see my teachers or my friends who performed. Because there's a personal connection there, and I've worked with them, and I would like to see them in action. It's more meaningful for me. I did see other artists that I don't know personally, and that was okay too, but for the most part, I saw people I knew on stage. So that meant I didn't always know where I was going to go, because these events aren't announced far ahead of time. Like sometimes it's a week or two weeks. Other times it might be months ahead if it's a big event, but it's not always the case. And it's almost always in the villages. In the cities, there are a lot of things going on. The tavernas that have live music, they close for the summer and they go back to the village. And anyway, the music is happening at the villages. And you see the dates, August 15 and 28. The reason I traveled in August is because that month is very important for the Orthodox community. They have feast days, and they commemorate Holy Virgin Mary's Ascension, Dormition, Ascension, Assumption. There's various ways when she rose to heaven. That day was August 15 for the Greek Orthodox community. In Georgia, they follow the old calendar, so it's the 28th of October. They call it Maria Mova, so they celebrate both days. And the Pontian community is dwindling in Georgia. They celebrate, maybe they celebrate both actually. They follow the Georgian calendar. So it was important for me to be there in August, because that's when a lot of the celebrations are happening. Any day it could be a saint's feast day, therefore there's some celebration going on. So the entire month of August, I was on the road. I started in Greece a few days before August, actually, and then worked my way up to the 15th. And here's the thing. I was wondering, should I stay in Greece? Because most of the diaspora community who is really involved in the dance tradition is over there, not Turkey. I mean, the people in Turkey dance, but for different reasons. It's not the same reasons. But I have friends who are Pontic Greek origin. They speak the language still, and I wanted to hear it too. They said, no, you should be in Turkey. So I was really on the fence like that cat. Not comfortable about it, but like, what should I do? Should I stay? Should I go? But then I got word of a festival in Machka, and I said, okay, I'm going. The festival was on August 13 and 14. I made arrangements to go. And that meant I wasn't going to be in Greece for the big day. However, one thing I want to mention is, let me advance the slide here. Oh, I'll pause here. These are the 3 dances that I went to. So one was they're all outside of Thessaloniki. The one on the left was organized by a sports team. I think they're a professional soccer team. I'm not familiar with that. So they had a Pontic Greek night. The second one is the Panayiri. This is a feast day for the village. The Saint Panteleimon is the saint, guardian saint, I guess. The third one is the 100 years of the association, the local cultural association's 100th year anniversary. So it's very different reasons for having these dances. But they're all the same, meaning there are thousands of people, many, many tables. The grills are going, they're barbecuing meats, and there's drinks and alcohol, and dinner is provided. You pay for it. And then you have all these artists who take turns on the stage, they sing, they play, and you dance, and these dances are huge. I will show you examples. This is in Yanitsa, so you can see the scale. I don't know, it was dark, but you can see how many people there are, and there's a scene of the stage with the dancers. This is the place where I had no connection at all, and my friend said, "Wow, you're brave. You took the bus and taxi to get there. You don't know anybody, no one's going. How did you do it?" Well, this is why I'm here. This is my work. I'm here for this, and I'm going to go. There were plenty of other events to this one. And then Platanakia, a village. So I have a teacher, Filipos, who's my original teacher in Thessaloniki. His wife is from this village, and they have their Panayiri, the feast day for the local saint, which is Saint Panteleimon. So you see the scale again. Look at how many tables there are. It accommodates thousands of people. These gatherings are huge. These dances are really big. And they go on until the wee hours. The first one went on until, well, I left early because I didn't need to stay that long. I was saving my energy for this one, which was the very next day, July 30th. Because in this dance, it's known to be one of the best ones in Greece, in the Pontic community. They dance until dawn, and I dance until dawn. And my teachers, you see the guy in the vest, he's one of my teachers. He teaches on the Labyrinth online course program, and I took his courses twice. I finally got to meet him. And there were other artists. The one playing in the middle picture, in the corner, that's my teacher, Filipos. He's a local boy, so he wasn't really in the program, but they asked him to play, and it was lovely. The third dance, Argirupoli. This is east of Thessaloniki, and again, look at the scale. Look how many tables there are, and look at the stage, it's tiny. The stage area is, the dance area is in front of the stage, and the tables are arranged around it, and thousands of people come to this. You can see the scene where the musicians are playing and the dancers are dancing. And guess what? In Argirupoli, my original teacher in New York, whom I've been studying with for 10 years, happened to be there. I did not know. I just said hello to him. I texted him. I said, "Hey, I'm over here. I'm going to attend the dance." He said, "Oh, I'm here too." So we got to meet. It was really a sweet surprise. So that's him, Christos, and his son. And then those were the huge dances on one hand. This is part of the scene. The other part of the scene is this table singing tradition, or they call it barakat or muhabbet in Turkish. It's like a gathering to sing together, and it's not necessarily about dance. It has to be intimate because in the old days there was no amplification, so in order to hear, you had to kind of huddle around the musician, like what's happening at this table. Top picture, Adam Apostolidis is playing my Turkish kemençe. He gave me a lesson. The first melody I played is what he taught me. He decided, you should learn this, so he taught me, and I practiced in Machka, and I started playing it. The man on the right is Nikos Savidis, a great master of Pontian dance, very well known, and also a lira maker. So the lira was made by him, and I was their guest. They hosted me for a night. And on my way out, this is all in Kavala area, I went to another village. The musician on the right side, right picture, Zafiris, knows Turkish because his ancestors came from Cappadocia. They're Turkish speakers. His wife is Turkish. and they live in, he makes instruments as well, and we had a little mini mohabbat. Now, going over to Turkey. These are the 3 events I attended. Again, it's because I know people. The first one was in Machka. This was very small scale, and it seemed like it's their own private festival. Like other villagers weren't really there. And then the second one, Hunifter off Akçabat, is huge, and it's at a crossroads on the highlands. So many villages participate. They actually, in the old days, they would walk, almost like they would do this migration together. You can see in the picture the scale of it. I had a friend who sang there. He's from Akçabat, and he played, and his friend sang. And they're trying some new things. They have their original materials, and they're making it big right now. I think they're going to come out with an album. The third one is off or Çaykara, which I'm connected to somehow. Here I had a reunion with a lot of the artists because I know them from previous correspondence or I've met them elsewhere. And this is very interesting. This festival has the community that speaks Pontic Greek. They still speak it. Sometimes that's what they speak, and Turkish is secondary, or they go back and forth. So they sang in Pontic Greek and Turkish. The verses were both. Even the announcements, when they were directing people, part of it was in Pontic Greek dialect or in Turkish. I'm going to check the time. I have a little time. So this is a scene from Machka, the Sorsi Festival, Yayla Festival. It's a very tiny area squeezed between, it's like a pass area, you see the mountain. And top picture is one of those mohabbets, but it's mostly reserved for menfolk. Women aren't really part of it. But I was a special guest, I was kind of on the side observing. And then the bottom picture, you can see the drummer and the zurna player. They're running out kind of alongside the dancers in here, and they add a lot of energy to the dancing. I forgot to mention something. We all have been in a pandemic pause. So have they. They did not have festivals for 2 years. Nothing was organized. It wasn't possible. So this is the first time they're all getting together. It's a big deal. Even the festival in Bulgaria, Koprivstica Folk Festival, that is organized every 5 years. So they had to have a 2-year, in addition, pause. So that was 7 years for them. They hadn't met in 7 years. Still, it was incredible. And I had some side things happen. So the hazelnut harvest, it was really fantastic. It's hard work, but I really appreciated being part of it because I'm being hosted. I wanted to be useful. I wanted to be helpful. I was delighted to be part of it. Middle picture is Sumela. On this day, only certain people can go to the monastery. It's like a museum now. There are pilgrims who go there, and only 500 of them can go with special passes. So you have to get these ahead of time. One pilgrim couldn't go because he didn't have this. He came all the way from Georgia, I think, and he could not enter. So the rest of us, the public, has to wait until the special service commemorating Holy Virgin Mary's Assumption. They have to wait until everybody's done, and they come down the mountain, and the roads are clear, and there's space to park, etc. Then we all can go. So I went. I was on one of the first minibuses that went, and it was really nice to visit. I was already in Machka, so it really made sense. Why not go to Sumela too? I'm very lucky that I got to go on the same day. That night, I was in Trabzon that same night. Top picture is at a hotel with some of the pilgrims who are actually heading back to Thessaloniki, and they were on the same flight as me coming from to Trabzon via Istanbul. So we recognized each other, and just playing the kemençe and singing in the previous festival in Tornala. He speaks Pontic Greek. He's very well known. Adem Ekiz, he's my friend. So he started things off, and there were other musicians, but they were not Pontic Greek. I did not know. I thought they were with the group that came, but they were local musicians they were really into their music. It's a slightly different repertoire, and they played really, really well, and the pilgrims were extremely happy. I got to play too. They asked me to play, I played, they sang, they danced, so imagine how happy I was. Now, moving over to Tonya. The artist on the bottom, Iknur Yakoğlu, is one of my idols, and there's a man who's an expert in the Pontic Greek language spoken in Tonya. It's another area of Trabzon. He facilitated this. He actually helped me meet her and her family, and the dance teacher you see in the top photo, Yusuf Kurt, he's very well known, very well respected, a big authority on local dances. I got to meet them. They hosted me, and they have a group up there called Sinerita. On the right side, you see them practicing singing while Iknur is playing the kemençe. They were all preparing for a festival. I think it happened on end of August. So they invited me to attend, and therefore I was staying a second night. And I participated in the green bean harvest, as you can see. There are lots of beans. I mean, so much of it. You have to do something. What do? You, of course, you cook it, but you also pickle it. So there's a huge, like, assembly type thing going on where they were cleaning and boiling and laying out, and then in order to pick up. So, yes, Iknur is an artist, but she's very hardworking. She takes care of her crops, and she takes care of her family. She became like a sister to me. She was so incredible as a hostess. Honefter, that big festival, you can see the scale. Bottom right, you can see sitting on the microphone. That's my friend. He actually opened the door for me to explore the Black Sea region back in 2017, I think. He and his father. They're kind of local heroes over there for their playing. And the women still dress like this today, especially when they go dancing. And there's a huge bazaar. Can you see the tents? That's a bazaar. And there's all manner of products, all manner of goods. Groceries, hardware, bread, butter, everything you need is there. So the villagers come and buy the things that they need that they can't usually get. This is Turnalı, off of Çaykara. Very, very high mountains, I think 2,800 meters, the highest one I've been to. It's hard to get to, so not as many people. However, this one has the Pontic Greek community, which is really interesting to me. So I think I need to spend a little more time here. I'm trying to learn the language as well. This was televised on Chai TV, apparently, and you can see how the roads are. They zigzag up to the top. I was at Of. I was the guest of the famous kemençe player Cemal Berber. He helped me. He got arrangements for my lodging, and he had some other guests coming and going. So one night he brought his friend over to his friend where I was staying, and we had a muhabbet. Guess what time it was? It was midnight. I was practicing music, so I'm perfectly happy to continue. We, I think, played for about an hour at midnight. But it's up in the village. No one's going to complain. There's nothing to do. I mean, it's not like being in the city. There was also some work to do with corn, shucking the corn, so I helped with that. So I got to play music there as well. I couldn't participate in the tea harvest because it was already past. And now a little bit about Georgia. So the date is August 28th. Now we're coming to the end of the month. This is a poster, and it's a concert basically. And in the past, there were artists invited from Greece to come and perform. This year, it didn't happen. It was all Georgian acts, but I went to see what the community is doing, and it was small. But before that, I went to another village with a sociologist friend of mine. So my focus is dance in the community. Her focus is religion in the community. We teamed up, and we went to this one village. There aren't very many leads, so we were asking around, and they said, this village, Ahalcheni, you should go there. There are a lot of Pontians there. Okay, we went there, but sadly, almost all of them had migrated, so didn't get to meet anybody. But there's this really fancy church built by them. And I have my instruments with me, I took it everywhere, and I'm on the phone making arrangements. That was a constant mode, you know. I have to think about my next step. Who am I going to meet? Where am I going to go, etc. And then I went to Merisi, which is, I sang a song from there. You might recognize some of the pictures, also up in the mountains. In the middle top picture, you see the man with the guitar. He's a singer. The woman next to her is also a singer, very famous, Nanam Shavanante. She had a group from Belgium mostly singing songs and learning songs with her, but she was touring with them, so they came to Merisi to learn the songs of this village. And you see on the right picture, Beso from the family is teaching their songs. And back to Dagba. So they created a little space for the Pontian Georgian community there and had a celebration with concerts. When I arrived, that Georgian band was playing on the top right, and the rest of it was just all Georgian. And I wasn't feeling very well, and I couldn't attend the beginning of the festivities, but I made it halfway through. And you see the church that's dedicated to Virgin Mary as well. So it's an important site for the local Orthodox community, especially Pontians. And we went to another village. Oh, I met a taxi driver who took me to Dagba because I missed the usual mode of transportation due to feeling unwell. I had to delay my trip. Well, he came to my rescue. He took me to Dagba. Turns out he knows Pontic Greek. He's not Pontian, but he knows the language. And I asked him, how come you know the language? He said, I grew up with them. Now hardly anybody's left, but I remember the language. So knowing that I spoke a little Greek, also a little teeny tiny bit of Pontic Greek, I understand it, he started talking to me in Pontic Greek. So he took me, he knows the villages and he knows the roads. So I hired him for a day of exploration in these villages, Kveda Achva and Shverniki, you see. So we met one man, Avram. I played for him, we talked a bit. He's one of the few that plans to stay, not migrate. And then the bottom here, you see Rostom, the guy on the phone. He's the taxi driver. He was very helpful making some calls. The woman is someone I visited in 2018 in my first visit, and she remembered me, and I got to play some music for her. And this is the scene. It's all the same kind of scene over there in the Black Sea coastal areas. More Kveda Achkwa. The right picture on the right, the sea is blending with the sky, but you can see where the sun is hitting the water. Off to the right, you see, is Kobuleti. You can't see it. It's one of the major cities. To the left is Batumi, the big city by the border. So they're perched on top of this mountain or hill where you can see both cities. And this couple welcomed us on the left, Eleni and Christo, and they know a lot of songs. So it was really fun to play for them and talk to them and learn a little bit about what they enjoy. They also plan to stay. So the people we saw, lucky for me, they will not be migrating. So if I decide to go next time, I can find them and continue. And now I left Georgia and I crossed the border into Machachel in Artvin province. These are some typical scenes. It's, again, mountainous, and this part was the hardest part of the trip, very remote. If you don't have a car, it's really hard. And the landscape is hard. There's no space, like there's not a lot of flat space. Can you imagine? I understood why the Highland festivals are so great, because it gives you freedom to run around, stretch out, and enjoy some wide open space. In the mountains, I don't get that. It's really different, and it can be damp. It's not always easy conditions. The old man on the bottom is one of the original members of the Machachel polyphonic choir that we studied with. And I got to visit him. I visited with the local musician. I stayed at a bunch of different places, and I practiced music. I got to play music. It was very nice. And then by chance, I thought all the festivals were over, but there was one festival in this area, in Gorgit or Görgit, This is a little bit different from the other festivals or gatherings because this is a migration. People are descending from upper plateaus or highlands with their animals. They're migrating to a lower level to kind of take a break before moving down to their villages because the seasons are changing, the work will change. It's time to go back home. So different families, I guess relatives gather, and in this area everybody's related to everybody. It's really interesting. I went with a young man who met so many people and all of them were somehow his relatives. It's like a big family. Yeah, so this was it wasn't an organized event, it was just a natural rhythm, natural part of life. Yeah, I think that's that's where I should end my presentation. But I'm just going to scroll through quickly some of the other images I have. Oh, no, sorry, I guess that was it. I have 5 minutes. I would like to take the opportunity to mention a little bit about the Koprivshtitsa Festival, this huge folk festival in Bulgaria that I attended. One of the reasons is because I was playing the music of that region, and so many regional music is performed there, and none of it's professional. It's all amateur groups from all the villages they gather. And I learned some Thracian music, and I got to see some of the dances and the songs, etc. My friend Bogdan, he's Bulgarian, he made a film about our teacher Alexander Epler called Kaval Park. It premiered in this festival. World premiere was in this festival in Koprivshtitsa. Now he plans the US premiere here in Seattle. Alexander used to live in Seattle. He died a few years ago. If you're interested, the tickets are available for sale. And it will be on October 27th, Thursday, I believe, at Uptown Theater. So I was involved in that filming as well, and as a student of Alexander's. So that wraps up my presentation. I hope you enjoyed it. There's so much more to talk about, but I tried to keep it short. Thank you so much. Thank you.
We thank you, Izumi, for this wonderful, wonderful presentation. Now you guys picked up on this cross-cultural conversation. She talked about Georgia, she talked about Greece. These are our neighborhoods. These are our neighbors in the region. This is, I think, what's fascinating about Turkfest. We celebrate everybody. We celebrate everybody's culture. We look at our similarities. And I was just talking with Ira, and he was talking to me. He was telling me, "Oh, it almost sounds like my own language. The music, the melodies." So it just goes to show you we have so much in common. In the last segment, I failed to mention that we have a children's area right upstairs in the loft. You can leave your kid there and come here and enjoy some Turkish food and visit our Grand Bazaar. I'm a little rusty MC. I don't know if any one of you recognize me from previous years, but I did that in the past. But we had much more better MCs available in the past. None of them were available this time, so you're stuck with me. But there is a kids area. We have volunteers there, and you can drop your kid and perhaps better enjoy the stage performances and other activities we have on stage. I wanted to ask the audience, since this is our first time in person after the pandemic started, has any of you attended Turkfest before? A few folks here and there. Thanks so much for coming back. It's like I said, it was really difficult to bring this in person again. So much volunteer time, so much effort, but if you weren't here, it was not going to make a difference. So thank you so much for coming. After Izumi's presentation, we have the next performer that we have is called Caravan's Dance Troupe. This dance group specializes in Arabic, Persian, and Turkish dances. So we're going to have a little bit of a movement here on the stage. Over the years, they have performed at numerous community events, cultural festivals like Turkfest, and for other educational programs. Most recently, Caravan's dance troupe appeared at the Folklife Festival. I do remember them from my previous MC gigs. They have also been so kind to us. They performed at Turkfest before. I think you're gonna love this show. So let's invite them to the stage. They will do themselves, we're looking forward to Caravan's dance troupe. Let's give it up for them and have them on the stage. Thank you.
Just not standing in the right spot. Okay. Hi, welcome to the 22nd Annual Turkish Festival. We are Caravan's dance troupe, and we specialize in folkloric dances from North Africa, the Middle East, and Turkey. Turkey is famous for line dances, so our first dance will be a well-known line dance called Dama Halak. If you go on YouTube, you will find that everyone from school kids to professional dance troupes perform this dance. Many of you may have even participated in this dance, as it's popular at weddings, social events, dancers are clapping. The second dance will be a solo representing a modern theatrical version of a Romani dance, featuring a popular 9/8 rhythm called Karsilamas. The Romani people can trace their roots back to northern India, from where they migrated to countries all over the world. We're looking for their intimate lifestyles and an affinity for music and dance. Please welcome Caravans.
put their house on the market the same day I was buying it. And they didn't get any deals on the side. It was the day
Well, we got the energy going, but we're not done. So thank you for sticking with us. We have a couple more dance performances from Caravan's dance troupe. They were just changing. I see they're ready to go. So you don't want to see me talking here. You want them to dance. And with that, I'll invite my colleague to read a little bit about the content of the dance, where it's coming from, what it's about. So let's go ahead and get started with that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our third dance in this set, the last dance, is going to take us to a Romani section of the city where the women have gathered after going to the marketplace. The beat of the 9/8 rhythm inspires them to dance in the more traditional style, which focuses on sharp pelvic movements. The arm movements mimic what they do in their everyday lives, like washing clothes, cooking food, or playing drums. Please welcome Caravans back.
Oh, that was great, wasn't it? I think they deserve one more round of applause. We should. They did a great job. None of them are from Turkey, just so you know. So they've learned our culture and they're here to present it to us. So that's lovely, lovely, lovely thing for us. Now, we do have a little bit of content for you to keep you entertained. So I was thinking, what do I talk about? There's food, there's a lot to talk about. Turkish culture is rich. I said, you gotta start with Istanbul. Because it's a universally loved city. It has a story to it. It's a very unique place to be. Maybe some of you may know, maybe not. This is geographically one of a kind place, bridging 2 continents. It's home to 20 million people. It's the largest city in Turkey. It is not the capital, but it is the largest city in Turkey. And look at some of these photos, the landscape, the bridge across the Bosphorus, some of the history. This is a melting pot. Istanbul is a melting pot. But I don't want to sound marketing. Some of you might have been to Istanbul. But I was doing some research and I came up with this little tagline. Istanbul is the new cool. I was like, I gotta use that. What do we mean by that? Istanbul is the cool, is the new cool. To us, it is cool because it's home to a crowd, diverse crowd. I said 20 million, holding 2 continents together. So it's really inevitable that it's cool. The metropolis of Turkey, full of charm, and this is where the present and the past connect with each other. We have historic landmarks, quintessential cuisine, vibrant nightlife. I'll have some videos for you to see it for yourself. And of course, overall Istanbul is a traveler's dream. So if it wasn't on your list to visit, after seeing this video, it may go up in the priority. Let's watch this video. What do we mean by being the new cool? Short video, but kind of a recap. Effectively, you can do anything and everything in Istanbul. Where I was born originally, I didn't live there, so I'm looking forward to going back as a tourist. So you should give it a try too. So with that little bit of an introduction to Istanbul, I want to talk about some of the landmarks in Istanbul. There's so much to see, but if you happen to go, maybe you want to visit a couple of them. The first one is a place called Galata Tower. Let me show you a picture. This is a tower built in 1600s, so it's very old. And this is at the heart of Istanbul. You can't really miss it. If you ever go to Istanbul, it's very close to Taksim Square, which is kind of the main gathering area for people. This tower is an interesting place. I picked it because it has a story to it. In the upper right-hand corner, you see the depiction of a guy attempting to fly. That person is an Ottoman scientist and inventor called Hazarfen Ahmet Çelebi, who reportedly, according to a world-known traveler, Emre Çelebi, achieved a sustained, unpowered flight in Istanbul, having jumped from the very top of the Galata Tower, and then he just flew across the Bosphorus up top. So it's a very historic landmark. It was actually built as a watchtower in years ago, and now it's an exhibition space. It's a museum. It's a symbol of Istanbul now. Even these days, at the top, you can even have a fancy restaurant, a fancy restaurant up top, so you can treat yourself. So Galata Tower, make sure you visit it. The next one is a place called Maiden's Tower. It looks like this. You'll see it's a little isle in the middle of Bosphorus, and maybe it's a better visual here with this one. I think it's about 220 yards from the coast, so it's a little lone place. But I'll tell you a funny story about it. Why it was built? It was built in the Byzantine period, years ago. And this is actually featured in a James Bond movie. Have you watched The World Is Not Enough from 1999? No? Oh, you're too young for that. That's why. 1999 James Bond movie was featuring this. You may ask, it's kind of a weird building, isn't it? In the middle of the Bosphorus. Why did they build that? So it's kind of a very interesting story. Back in the day, a future teller predicted that the beloved daughter of the emperor was gonna die because of a venomous snake on her 18th birthday. And in order to protect the daughter, the emperor built this so that no snake could come in. And the only regular visitor was the emperor, so the emperor would come in. And on the 18th birthday, the emperor brought her a basket of exotic fruits. And the guy is delighted that he's been able to dwarf the prophecy. However, an asp that had been hiding among the fruit bit the princess, and the princess died in his father's arm. Just as the oracle predicted. But this is a spectacular place. You could not find this anywhere else in the world because there's no other Bosphorus in the world. Oh wait, there's one more, but that also happens to be in Turkey too. We'll talk more about that later. It's a pretty remarkable site. Now it's time for our next stage performance. We have a very special guest here. But our guest of honor is our 11-year-old deafnet. And her velvet voice may be familiar to you because she had the opportunity to perform in previous Turkfests along with some other charity events in our community. She performs in her middle high school choir, and Gürdal is one of the vocalists in our very own popular band of Seattle, Sherry Seattle, and he'll play acoustic guitar. And then, last but not least, we have Ganesh, who's also a renowned member of Sherry Seattle, our band, who will perform later today, so make sure you stick until the very end. She'll accompany them with a flute. Now sit back and enjoy this performance by our trio.
super excited to perform for this year's 2022 Turkfest. Special thank you for taking the time and effort to perform with us. Feel free to sing along to any song you would like to. I hope you enjoyed this performance because I know we will. Thank you.
session tonight.
Thank you. What a voice, guys. I mean, unbelievable. Honestly, this is my first time I got to listen to you. You're so wonderful. Your voice is so beautiful. Thank you so much for coming. Wonderful performance, guys. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We are running a little behind. So it's time for our next stage performance. We're going to have Caravan Dance troupe come back and do a little bit of a Turkish line dance and spoon dance. I know everyone's getting hungry. You know, how are you feeling? We have food down there. The Grand Bazaar. We are at full speed. There's some good food there too. So if you're getting hungry, help yourself. With that, I think we'll leave the stage for a little introduction of Caravan Dance Troupe, and then as we clean this up, that'll give us time. Maybe I can invite you to introduce this segment for us. Great, dead battery. It happens all the time. It'll be a second. We'll use this mic instead.
Once again, we are Caravan's Dance Troupe. Welcome back. This is the second part of our show. The first dance is Scarf Dance by the Kashkai, a tribe of nomadic herdsmen in southern Iran who migrated from Turkey. This dance is popular at weddings and social events and is done by people of all ages. Our second dance, where the belly dancers perform for the tourists. Egyptian dance has had a big influence on Turkish dance. The main differences originally were the floor, and she still wears ridiculously high heels. Of course, the most famous belly dancer in Egypt is Dido, who traces her ancestry back to the Romani. And if you happen to go online and Google a belly dancer in Turkey named Gigi, because she started her career in Seattle.
ستاره تو با گلان باید گره تو کمرم عزیز کمرم ناز مکن عشق مکن نه وقت نازه کمرم یادم اون تیام بشین که وقت رازه کمرم یادم اون تیام بشین که وقت رازه کمرم دونه هنارم دونه هنارم شکوفه بارم دونه هنارم دونه هنارم شکوفه بارم
I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the Turkish Festival for inviting us to perform here. We have been affiliated with the festival for many years now. Our last dance is a traditional line dance by the Kurdish people who reside mainly in Iraq, Iran, Syria, and Turkey. Please note how the dancers use the long sleeves on their dresses and scarves as they dance around in a circle.
We always enjoy having them here at Turkfest. So thank you so much for coming for Darren's dance group for this dance performance. In this little section, as we set up the stage for our next performer, I want to take you to a couple places in Turkey. Do you know where is this place? Anybody? Any guess? Cappadocia. Yeah. This is a magical place, Cappadocia. I can tell you all about it, but I would rather have excuse me, show you a video about it. The hot balloon thing is big. People actually get married there. Some of these formations that you see were formed 3 to 9 million years ago. We're talking about sedimentary rocks with deposits from an erupted volcano. People actually have made homes out of some of the caves that were a result of this erosion. It's a spectacular place to be. I have a quick video to show you, just a minute or so long. Let's go to Cappadocia.
I'm going to take you on a magical journey. Today, we are visiting Cappadocia. This entire area was once covered with volcanic ash. Over time, the ash eroded and these large, breathtaking fairy chimneys formed. These fairy chimneys were once used as dwellings, churches, and even castles. After being expelled from Jerusalem, the early Christians were looking for a secure place. They sought refuge in the underground cities of Cappadocia to hide from the Romans and establish the first Christian colonies in the area. Some of the fairy chimneys are still inhabited today. You can even rent a tastefully renovated cave house as a condo or a hotel.
Does that make you want to go to Cappadocia? It certainly makes me want to go back there. We have so much content, but we actually have so much to show you too. So I'm going to skip this one. And I'm going to, just for a minute, as we finish up setting this stage of our next group, I'm going to tell a little bit about Grand Bazaar. This place is one of the largest covered street markets, I would say, because it has a lot of streets basically you walk through the streets, and there's shopping mall. It's basically a shopping mall with vendors all around. It has 64 streets and 4,000 shops. Grand Bazaar has. One of the oldest and largest covered market, like I mentioned. And every day, 400,000 visitors. So it's kind of a mind-blowing figure. It's a place you should visit. Next time you're in Istanbul, you can see the scale of the Grand Bazaar, hundreds of years old. It's a place to be. Okay, so the next one is a place in Istanbul. There's a place in the Taksim, the main area, and there's a tunnel that runs through it. And we have the oldest operational underground railway in continental Europe here. The oldest. It opened in 1875, and the tunnel connects the streets of Karaköy and Beyoğlu. In terms of its age, it's only beaten by the London Underground, which opened in 1863. So you think about it, all of the metros, all of the, preliminary transportation from years ago. This is the second oldest. It is the oldest in continental Europe. So this is a place that you should also go visit. It's a spectacular place as well. I think we're getting close, so I'm gonna save this quiz time next time. We're gonna listen to our next performer, and they are called the Meraklis Band. And let me introduce them to you. This is a group that includes my MC buddy from way back. You remember Nazlı, so I gotta give her a shout out for that. We just got married, and along with her husband, Kirako, and Mithat, they're going to perform an awesome music concert inspired by both popular and traditional music of Turkey. They would like you to sing along with them. This is going to be a great musical performance. The stage is yours. Thanks so much for coming, Nazlı.
Should we do it? Okay. Ses. Ses. Ses. Ses, ses, ses. İki, iki. Okay. Tamam. Evet. Evet. Hadi. Hep beraber. Everybody. Okay, let's go. bu ateşten gömlek. Kuş sütüyle beslerim seni, mis yerine koklarım seni. Kalbimin sarayları seni, sen ağlat ben severim seni. El üstünde tutarım seni, dizimde uyuturum seni. Kalbimin sarayları seni, ben seni yaşatırım seni. Tut kolumdan çek götür beni, diye içine çek beni. Sarılıp yatmazsam uyku girmez gözüme. Dünya gözümde değil, olmuşum sana ferman. Kuş sütüyle beslerim seni, mis yerine koklarım seni. Kalbimin sarayları seni, sen ağlat ben severim seni. El üstünde tutarım seni, dizimde uyuturum seni. Kalbimin sarayları seni, seni kolumdan çek götür beni, diye içine çek beni. Kolumdan çek götür beni, diye içine çek beni. Tut kolumdan çek götür beni, diye içine çek beni. You guys are more than welcome to sing with us. Hep beraber. Bir sonraki. Özellikle anneme. şarkı eğlenceli şarkılar zaten ikisi. So you can join us guys. So it's not last song. Ağlamadan ayrılık olmaz, hatıralar uslu durmaz. Kalanlar gideni gönlünde taşır, aşk sevene yük olmaz. Biz böyle bilir böyle yaşarız. Oh, oh, oh, oh, da biliyor. Oh, oh, oh, oh, da seviyor. Oh, oh, oh, bile bile kafa tutuyor aşka. Gözü kara, o yine bildiğini yapıyor. Çiçek gibi sadece gibi, tanecik alasıca gibi tertemiz. Tututu dilleri de kirletir, şüpheli gözleri derya deniz. seviyor. Çiçek gibi taze, kıymetli bir tanecik, ana sıkı gibi tertemiz. Dilleri kırık kırık, deli gözleri derya deniz. Çiçek gibi taze, kıymetli bir tanecik, ana sıkı gibi tertemiz. Dilleri kırık kırık, deli gözleri.
Thank you, Nazlı. Thank you, Hiroko, and thank you, Mitak, with the Miraculous Band. Thank you, guys. Bugün Türkçe'de müzik şölenimiz olacak. İngilizce nasıl söylenir bilmiyorum ama. Nazlı'larla başladık. Birazdan Sherry Seattle. Ondan sonra Ahmet Serkan. Today we have a lot of great music coming up for you. In between, I wanted to tell you a little bit about an interesting place in Turkey. This place is called Pamukkale. You'll see that on the upper left-hand side. This is a geographical miracle, if you think about it. These formations are due to the carbonate mineral left by the flowing water of the mountain, which is a thermal water actually. So that's why the surface is white. So it's a very, very interesting formation. We call these travertine, and travertine hot springs. So there's a lot of hot springs in there too. So if you ever go to Turkey and you want to check out a really good hot spring that comes with bells and whistles, you know, this is not just your regular hot spring. This is a really special one because it stretches 8,000 feet long, 2,000 feet wide, and 500 feet high. So it's a large mountain covered by this formation. It's a really, really interesting place. The water drips slowly down to our mountainside, and the mineral-rich water collects in these little pools. You know, like you can tell, you can see. And the legend says that these formations are basically the area's principal crop, which is the cotton, that the giants left out to dry. So this Pamukkale in Turkish literally translates into a cotton castle. Now you know why they call it Pamukkale or cotton castle. It has an interesting story. Right next to Pamukkale, this ancient city called Hierapolis. That's also a very, very interesting place. A lot of history there. So you should add Pamukkale to your wish list of travel. Now, with that out of the way, I want to tell you about something that we associate with Turkish culture quite a bit. Have you heard of the word raccoon? Even Americans? I think Greek people do a better job at marketing it. I'm sure you've heard of ouzo, and it's everywhere, and everybody enjoys that. But it is somewhat lesser known that we have our licorice drink called rakı, and it is a culture in Turkey. I'll tell a little bit about that. It's a traditional strong drink, so you don't drink it like you have beer. It's pretty strong, 40%, but it's strongly connected with our culture because it is, for some, considered as a national alcoholic beverage of Turkey. It has some anise flavor. It's licorice, so even if you don't like licorice, you should still give it a try. Now, when you mix the liquor with water, it turns white, as you see in the picture. So it is a mystique drink, if you will. It's really, really fun to drink. And there is a special protocol. You just don't have raku. You have to abide by the protocol. And the protocol goes that the drink is to communicate at the table. But you don't talk about politics or you don't talk about serious stuff. You just enjoy life. You talk about light stuff. You have some seafood next to it. And if you have a view like that, you know, you're pretty happy. Your happiness guaranteed. And the oldest person at the table raises their glass, and then everybody else joins. And then we do sherefet. That's cheers in Turkey, and that's how we make a toast. And you know, we also, it's also said that it's racket table. It's supposed to be a calm environment. So, you know, we don't speak loudly, you know, we don't hit the table with our palm. We just enjoy life. And there's this person that used to be that, the youngest person at the table. That's called Saki. You're supposed to be the one that's serving to your elderly or older or senior folks. So it is really tied to our culture. I have a little video for you that I want to show for you. It really summarizes the importance of this particular drink in our culture. And let's watch that. This is not Photoshop, guys. This is Turkey. You know, you can go there and do this. So now that you know how to do it, the oldest person raises the glass and the youngest serves. So you can do this. So the spirit of Istanbul. This is the main video I want to show you. A couple minutes. Does that not play this here?
Istanbul is the ultimate port city, where continents, cultures, and empires have overlapped along the shores of the Bosphorus for more than 2 million. And like any port city, Istanbul has a rich history of imbibing, in which for 500 years, rock is the choice. For more than 500 years, this magnificent backdrop has nurtured a culture of drinking known as the Rakı sofrası, which Sofra refers to the table in which Rakı is drunk, meze are eaten, but life is celebrated. First, the glasses are filled to a third with Rakı, which is transparent in its pure form. Then we see the magical transformation of Rakı. As water is added, the glass turns from clear to milky white, and the perfume of anise fills the air. Out-of-town visitors unfamiliar with the Rakı sofrası are introduced to these rituals by friends in this warm environment. Friends serve each other from these communal plates and fill each other's glasses as the meal slowly steeps, as they say in Turkish. This is the spirit of sharing that is part and parcel to the Rakı sofrası. The bond of friendship between father and son starts with adulthood. Father and son sharing a glass of Rakı can loosen up and talk in a way that at the kitchen table wouldn't be possible. Also used to express love and affection, the Turkish term muhabbet is reserved for that special, intimate conversation that takes place when the Rakı sofrası is in full swing. But words usually fail to express emotions very well. So let's say muhabbet is that fairy dust that's sprinkled throughout the experience. Rakı is what brings it. How to explain 500 years of rocket culture in just a few minutes? I don't know. But rocket culture is not something of the mind, it's of the heart. To live it is to know it. And once that muhabbet starts flowing, you'll know rocket culture, and you'll never want anything else. Sherife.
That's our cheers. So it's pretty interesting part of our culture. You should give it a try. Now, I was telling you a little bit earlier that we have some surprise gifts for those who may wish to participate in our quiz. So let's see who knows their geography around Turkey. I know geography is not a common topic you know? Okay, so why don't everybody pull up your phone, a smartphone, just pull up your smartphone and just go to kahoot.it. This is a quick website that will allow you to participate in our quiz. And the person who answers this question the quickest, once the quiz is up, we will give you a little gift straight from Turkey. So, is everybody ready? Let's pull up our Kahoot and we'll give you a pin number so you can go and attend the quiz, and we'll be able to see who won the surprise gift from Turkfest. All right. So the question, let's see. This is gonna give us a game pin. Does everybody have their phones? Okay. The game pin is 8541006. Just put that in there, and you'll be able to see the question on there too. Looks like Tunjat Ezra. Looks like we have a lot of folks. SB, good. Bura, good. I wonder who's Bura. Where's Bura? Where's Bura? Okay. Well, we have 30 people though, folks. It's going to be a tight race if you know the answer. I think we can message you, maybe give it a couple more seconds to see if anybody else is joining. I think we can go ahead and start the quiz. Okay. Which one of the following seas is not around Turkey? Let's see. Mediterranean Sea, Black Sea, Aegean Sea, Caspian Sea. There was 35 people, so you're going to have some competition. We'll see. 40 answers. That's usually, I think we can skip this, and I think it'll take us to the winner. We can just hit the skip up there. It was Caspian Sea. You know, Caspian Sea, Iran has a border with Caspian Sea. So let's go next. Almost everybody got that right. That was the easy question. Number 3, Misha. Where's Misha? Rüzgar Kılıçlı number 2. Let's see who's number 1. It's Ezra. Where's Ezra? Where's Ezra? Where's Rüzgar? Rüzgar, find me right over here. I'll give you your gift. Oh, there you go. Ezra is here. There's Misha. Okay, you got a gift too because we have too many of these. So we're gonna hand these over to you. Thank you for participating. Guys, tell your friends. Everybody has to be here for this. Honestly, it's the staple of Turkfest, and you don't want to miss what's coming up next. So, Share Seattle will take stage here in a couple minutes. They are a Turkish folk music band formed back in 2010 here in Seattle. They have a mission to serve the Turkish community with Turkish songs in various events and occasions, which I got to be part of. So I can attest, you're getting something special. They are going to be performing various Turkish songs. Some of you may know. Please tell your friends. They do not want to miss this. So with that, I think there's a sound check, and then we'll get started here soon.
say, hey, roll some chick, say, hey, say. Say, hey, say. Say, hey, never. Say. Say, hey, roll some chick, say, hey, say, hey, roll some chick, say. Say, hey, some chick, say, wall. Say, içeride yani. Say, hey, roll some chick, say. Say. Say. Sesimin kontrolü. Sesimin kendimi. Say, hey, güzel. Say, say. Say. Say, say, say. Say. Say. Say, okay. Say. Al beni sev beni, sevmediğim kadar unuttum yalnız yaşadığım her gece öyle gel gör beni uçur kanatlarınla bu gece uçurup diyar diyar sev beni sevilmediğim kadar unuttum yalnız yaşadığım her gece öyle gel. İnanmasan bile gel, inancım ne var?
yolunda.
Are you having fun so far? Here too. Thanks for coming.
Elim acı ve keder, bir gün de
aşkı ne ağrılar. Düşsün suya yer denizi, eski zamanlar, eski zamanlar.
çiçeklerle, tazelikle, gel yine güzel hikayelerle. Bu gece yansıtsın, gel yine elinde mor çiçeklerle, tazelikle, gel yine güzel hikayelerle.
Bravo Nokta.
Bravo.
Yine seni sevmekten başka hiçbir şey yapmadım bugün. En konu çaldı telefonların, boş ver. Bakmadım bugün. Ne gazete okudum ne de bir haber derdi. Sakladım bugün. Kaç öpücük olmuş inanamazsın, aşkı hesapladım bugün. Gün geceyle tam 3 ay bir gün. Dün geceyle tam 3 ay bir gün. Ben dünyanın en büyük aşığı olabilirim. Ben koynumda 100 sene 1000 sene durabilirim. Ben Leyla'yı, Mecnun'u, Ferhat'ı, Aslı'yı, Kerem'i bilmem ama Bağdat'ı iki gözüm kapalı olabilirim. Ben dünyanın en büyük aşığı olabilirim. Ben koynumda 100 sene 1000 sene durabilirim. Ben Leyla'yı, Mecnun'u, Ferhat'ı, Aslı'yı, Kerem'i bilmem ama Bağdat'ı iki gözüm kapalı olabilirim.
Yine seni sevmekten başka hiçbir şey yapmadım bugün. Beni konu çaldı telefonları, boş ver. Bakmadım bugün. Ne gazete okudum ne de bir haber derdi. Yasakladım bugün. Kaç öpücük olmuş inanamazsın, aşkı hesapladım bugün. Geceyle tam bir gün. Geceyle tam 3 ay bir gün. Ben dünyanın en büyük aşığı olabilirim. Ben koynumda 100 sene 1000 sene durabilirim. Ben Leyla'yı, Mecnun'u, Ferhat'ı, Yasin'i, Kerem'i bilmem ama Bağdat'ı iki gözüm kapalı olabilirim. Ben dünyanın en büyük aşığı olabilirim. Ben koynumda 100 sene 1000 sene durabilirim. Ben Leyla'yı, Mecnun'u, Ferhat'ı, Aslı'yı, Kerem'i bilmem ama Bağdat'ı iki gözüm kapalı olabilirim. Bağdat'ı iki gözüm kapalı olabilirim.
Bağdat'ı iki gözüm kapalı
serseri kalbim. Ama karar ver, tutamıyorum zamanı.
başladı. Yerimde duramadım.
değiştir bizi. Ne demişler aşk ilaçtıra. Bu kalbini biliyorsa anlatsa dünya sarsılsa yok. Çok sevişmenin hiç zararı yok. Aşkla ölen varsa söyle, varsa söyle. Doktor derdime bu çare. Ona doyamıyorum yaz bir reçete. Sabah akşam yemekten önce. Sonra ne her anında yanında istiyorum. Cevap ver, üstüne bir bildiğin varsa söyle. Şu kalbini biliyorsa anlatsa dünya sarsılsa yok. Çok sevişmenin hiç zararı yok. Aşktan ölen varsa söyle, varsa söyle. Doktor derdime bu bir çare. Ona doyamıyorum yaz bir reçete. Yemekten önce, sonra ve her anda yanımda istiyorum.
Çocuklarımızı sahneye, pardon. Solistle piyanistin çocuğu ne yapacağız bunu?
Kimin çocuğusun ya?
Çocukları sahneye karşı.
Düğün salonunda mı?
Bizimkilerin çocukları.
Ya annesi nasıl bir şey?
Bir gün belki hayattan, geçmişteki günlerden bir teselli ararsın. Bak o zaman resmime, kan yaşları. La la la la la la la la la la la. Benden sana son kalan bir küçük resim şimdi, cevap veremez ama ağlar yalnız dünya. Ve işte arda kalan bir avuç arı şimdi, koyup da bir başıma bırakıp gitsin beni. Bir gün belki hayattan, geçmişteki günlerden bir teselli ararsın. Bak o zaman resmime, sen yalnız değilsin, biliyorum neredesin. Güzeldi benim, yaşasaydım, görseydim. Bir gün belki hayattan, geçmişteki günlerden bir teselli ararsın. Bak o zaman resmime,
Örümcek Adam izliyor beni.
Bugün çok yorulmuşsan her yerde hayır yine de bulamamışsan o seni unutmuş sen unutamamışsan kalbinin kuşu uçmuş sen tutamamışsan bugün çok yorulmuşsan her yerde hayır yine de bulamamışsan o seni unutmuş sen unutamamışsan kalbinin kuşu uçmuş sen tutamamışsan hadi gel derdini al da gel buradan deniz olsun tarih seni unutsun haydi gel içeri toprağa gel hepsini al da gel mazi kalbinde raysan tarihte varsa hadi gel içeri yerlere düşelim çok yorulduysan her yerde arayıp yine de bulamamışsan o seni unutmuş sen unutamamışsan kalbinin kuşu uçmuş sen tutamamışsan hadi gel hadi gel içeri derdini al da gel hadi gel içeri bu evden temiz olsun bari seni unutsun hadi gel içeri toprağa gel hepsini al da gel hadi gel içeri mazi kalbinde kaysa uçarsın ne varsa hadi gel içeri yerlere düşelim haydi gel içeri yerlere düşelim haydi gel içeri derdini al da gel haydi gel içeri bu evden temiz olsun tarih seni unutsun haydi gel içeri toprağa gel hepsini al da gel haydi gel içeri mazi kalbinde raysa unutarsın ne varsa haydi gel içeri yerlere düşelim haydi gel yerlere düşelim
Okay, this is our last song, and it's kind of an upbeat one, so please join in, rise up, whatever, you know. Keyboard, Batuhan Beykoğlu. Drums, Barış Sayda. Gitar, Onur Domeniç. Bugün gitar, Berk Nadir. Bas gitar, Tolga Yıldırım. Soliste Güneş Beykoğlu. Çok teşekkürler. Yurdanımız. Sevenimiz. Seattle everybody.
Çok teşekkürler.
Hiçbir yere ayrılmayın. Our latest transplant from Istanbul, Ahmet Serkan, is going to be here in a minute.
Herkese merhaba. Ben ve ekibim. Kalabalık bir dans için grubum da vardı. Sonra vazgeçtim sahneye çıkartmaktan onları. Şimdi Seattle'dan sonra böyle tek başına sahnede olmak da ayrı bir dezavantaj tabii.
Neler oldu zor zamanlar bizi vurdu. Hiç sormadı yaralarımızdan vurdu. Sence ilk adımı hangimiz attı? Her yer toz dumandı, zaman göz ardı. Kandırdık kendimizi, zaten olmasın. Belki bir umuttu ama canımız yandı. Bir an dayanamam bu dünyaya, yaranamam. Gitse sorun olur diyen değilim. Kalbim yalan, beden yalan. Bana aşktan söz etme ne olur. Senin sevdan dünyanın yalan. Sence ilk adımı hangimiz attı? Her yer toz dumandı, zaman göz ardı. Kandırdık kendimizi, zaten olmazdı. Belki bir umuttu ama canımız yandı. Dayanamam bu dünyaya, yaramam. Gitme sorun olur diyen değilim. Kalbim yalan, beden yalan. Bana aşktan söz etme ne olur. Senin sevdan dünyan yalan. İnan dayanamam bu dünyaya, yaranamam. Gitme sorun olur diyen değilim. Kalbim yalan, beden yalan. Bana aşktan söz etme ne olur. Senin sevdan dünyan yalan.
Mersi. Şimdi her tarzdan biraz bir şeyler koydum. Şimdi bir tane de taverna koyayım dedim. Bakayım eskilerden hatırlar mıyız? Gel gel.
Ayrılacağız, istemem bir daha güneş doğmasın. Madem ki son defa sarılacağız, Git veda etmeden duyan olmasın. Madem ki bu gece ayrılacağız, istemem güneş doğmasın. Madem ki son defa sarılacağız, git veda etmeden gören olmasın. Nasıl unuturum seni, ölüme götürür hasretini. Islak mendilini yırtıp resmini, geri al sevgilim, bende kalmasın. Nasıl unuturum sevgilim seni, ölüme götürür hasretini. Islak mendilini yırtıp resmini, geri al sevgilim, bende kalmasın. Benim doğacak, benim doğacak güneşi artık. Benim olacak sabah artık. Sevgilim bizleri ayrılacaktır. Git veda etmeden gören olmasın. Benim doğacak güneşi artık. Benim olacak sabahı artık. Sevgilim bizleri ayrılacaktır. Git veda etmeden gören olmasın. Nasıl unuturum sevgilim seni, ölüme götürür hasretin beni. Islak mendilini yırtıp resmini, geri al sevgilim, bende kalmasın. Nasıl unuturum sevgilim seni, ölüme götürür hasretini. Islak mendilini yırtıp resmini, geri al sevgilim, bende kalmasın. Nasıl unuturum sevgilim seni, ölüme götürür hasretin beni. Islak mendilini yırtıp resmini, geri al sevgilim, bende kalmasın. Geri al sevgilim, bende kalmasın.
Çok mersi. Bir de tabii 90'ların rock müziği var. Bakalım bu şarkıyı kimler hatırlayacak? Hatırlayana sıradaki şarkıyı göndereceğim.
Sinemada görmüştüm, yanına oturdum. Vücuduna bakarken birden yok oldum. Dün gece severken ama birden yok oldum. Aman anlat tatlım, bana bu gece ne oldu? Çok yorulmuştum, uyuyakaldım. Rüya gibi geldi ama birden bilenler senesi. Gözümü açtım, gönlüme inanmadım. Gözümü açtım, gönlüme inanmadım. Sanki bir dünya korkarım Allah. Sanki bir dünya korkarım Allah. Seni bana görmüştüm, yanına oturdum. bakarken birden yok oldu. Esine düştü manyak gibi. Rüya gibi geldi ama birden yok oldu. Söyle. Sanki bir rüya korkarım aman. Sanki bir rüya korkarım aman. Kaldır beni. Salla. Salla. Sanki bir kötü rüya korkarım Allah. Gözümü açtım gördüm elin anmadım. Gözümü açtım gördüm elin anmadım. Sanki bir kötü rüya korkarım aman Allah. Sanki bir kötü rüya korkarım aman Allah. Tempo'da kaldır elleri yukarı. Hepiniz bir şarkı biz dinleyelim. Çok üzgünüm istemeden seni dün gece aldattım oldu mühim değil. Sana bağlanmaktan kaçtım çok üzgünüm istemeden. Bir bakışa aldandım inan bana bütün zaman pişmanlık sana ağladım. Aşk gerçeği affeder mi dersin zamanla geçer mi güzel günlerim hatırla. Aşk gerçeği affeder mi aşk gerçeği affeder mi dersin zamanla geçer mi güzel günlerim hatırla. Aşk gerçeği affeder mi? İstemeden seni dün gece aldattım oldum eminim. Sana bağlanmaktan kaçtım çok üzgünüm istemeden. Bir bakışa aldandım inan bana bütün zaman pişmanlıktan ağladım. Aşk gerçeği affeder mi dersin zamanla geçer mi güzel günlerim hatırla. Aşk gerçeği affeder mi aşk gerçeği affeder mi dersin zamanla geçer mi güzel günlerim hatırla. Aşk gerçeği affeder mi?
kan içinde yıllar zincirinde sanki yaşarken karşıma sahneden kendimi buldum ben çalıştığım bu yerde azalır acılarla ben izle uykusuz her gece bu soğuk kahvede sabahlarım bazen günlerce rüyalarıma gelme diye uykusuz her gece yorgun ölesiye unutur muyum seni yorulsam her gece. Kirlenmiş tabaklar bırakıyor önümde bitmesin sabaha kadar yakıyor elimi artık bu kaynar sular yoruldukça kaybolur acılar uykusuz her gece bu soğuk kahvede sabahtım bazen günlerce rüyalarıma gelme diye uykusuz her gece yorgun ölesiye unutur muyum seni yorulsa her gece. Tabii 90'lara gelmişken oranın topuna uğramamak olmaz. Benim sesim nasıl gidiyor dışarıya emin miyim? Peki. Mersi. Peki. Size güveniyorum. Peki. Hadi bakalım. Harun'dan gelsin şarkı. Bir volkan gibi hazırım alevle içimdeki ateşi yansam dolayım göklere biraz gün biraz duman alıp sevişim sevgilimle tayfunlar söndürmesin yansın dünya benimle gel dokun bana yeter benden kurtulayım sana sarılıp seninle olup güneş gibi yeniden doğayım. Bir volkan gibi hazırım alevle içimdeki ateşi yansam rulanır göklere biraz gül biraz duman alıp sevişim seninle tayfunlar söndürmesin yansın dünya
beni, fırtınalar kopar içimde. Tutma kendini, gir ruhuma sen beni. Çak fikrini deniz beni, fırtınalar kopar içimde. Tutma kendini, hadi gir ruhuma sen beni. Çak fikrini deniz beni, fırtınalar kopar içimde. Unutturma kendini. Batuhan Bey. Batuhan daldı sohbete. Bir sohbet insan yoruldu falan sanıyor yani. Hani ne iş yaptın Batuhan? Burada sahneyi aksatıyorsun. Canım içi. Devam edelim bizim mahalleden. Ben de dans söyleyeyim mi size? Gönlümü çeldine dansın o sedası. Koydum aklıma benim olacak. Durmadığı gidip her bilmez. Bütün yolları bana çıkacak. Gönlümü çeldine dansın o sedası. Koydum aklıma benim olacak. Durmadığı gidip her bilmez. Bütün yolları bana çıkacak. Gel sormak kimler öpmüş dudakları. Gel dokunur, unutturur günahları. Gel sen benim ol, gitse yüzündür bir gülüşünü kurban. Al ben senin, ben de gülsün boynuma gider aman. Gel sen benim ol, gitse yüzündür bir gülüşünü kurban. Al ben senin, ben de gülsün boynuma gider aman. Kendine dansı boş selamsı. Koydum aklıma benim olacak. Durmadığı gidip ben de bilmez. Bütün yolları bana çıkacak. Gönlümü kendine dansı boş selamsı. Koydum aklıma benim olacak. Durmadığı gidip ben de bilmez. Bütün yolları bana çıkacak. Gel sormam kimler öpmüş dudakları. Gel dokunur, unutturur günahları. Sen benim ol, içseni sürdür bir gülüşüne kurban. Al ben senin, ben de gülsün boynuma girme. Gel sen benim ol, içseni sürdür bir gülüşüne kurban. Al ben senin, ben de. Şimdi bilenler söylesin de. 75 tane çocuğun konusunu al ben seni boynuma gidiver ama sen benim ol. Tempoda sayalım ha. Başım dönüyor garip hallerde. Neden koşarsın para boş hayallerde? Anladım bir şey eksik ayrı gayrı dayanamam olmaz. İlk başım dönüyor garip hallerde. Neden koşarsın hala boş hayallerde? Anladım bir şey eksik bulamadım nerede? Sorma hiçbir şey sorma aklım başka yerler. Adım kızılmışsa el alemin dilinde. Eski bir hikaye bu kimliğin unutulmasın. Seninle dünya dursa bile bir umrumda. Sevdik sevdalandık, gönlümle bağlandık. Böyle ayrı gayrı olmaz, olmaz. Duysa, alem duysa, derdekle derdim duysa, artık ayrı gayrı dayanamam. Sen söyle, söyleme. Vazgeçsin. Prova yapmayınca oluyor böyle şeyler. Sevdik sevdalandık, gönlümle bağlandık. Böyle ayrı gayrı olmaz, olmaz. Duysa, alem duysa, derdekle derdim duysa, artık ayrı gayrı dayanamam. Nokta bu Berberoğlu'nun izniyle efendim. Bu size çok repertuar çalıştı. Bize neler ettiler sevdalar üstüne. Anlatıldık, anlatıldık sevda böyle değil. Ne masallar ne miler söylediler dünya üstüne. Anlatıldık, anlatıldık dünya böyle değil. Bu falana kaçmışlar, eridik bu yollarla dilimiz yerle yaşam. Dilimiz zor ayakta, falana kaçmışlar, eridik bu yollarla dilimiz yerle yaşam. Dilimiz zor ayakta. Kolları kuşlar gibiyiz ayrı diyarlarla bize sahip şimdi uçup rüyalarla. Kolları kuşlar gibiyiz ayrı diyarlarla bize sahip şimdi uçup rüyalarla. Bizi neler öğrettiler sevdalar üstüne. Anlatıldık, anlatıldık sevda böyle değil. Ne masallar dinliler söylediler dünya üstüne. Aldatıldık, aldatıldık sevda böyle değil. Falana kaçmışak, eğilik bu yollarla kimimiz yerle yaşam, kimimiz sonra falana kaçmışak, eğilik bu yollarla kimimiz yerle yaşam, kimimiz sonra yatar. Kolları kuşlar gibiyiz ayrı diyarlarla bize sahip nasip şimdi uçup rüyalarla. Kolları kuşlar gibiyiz ayrı diyarlarla bize sahip nasip şimdi uçup rüyalarla. Kolları kuşlar gibiyiz ayrı diyarlarla bize sahip nasip şimdi uçup rüyalarla. Şimdi kaldır elleri. Kaldır, kaldır, kaldır, kaldır, kaldır. Oo, heyecanla. La la la la la. La la la la la. La la la la la. La la la la la. La la la la. La la la la. Senin benim, senin yoluna kahvelen dünyamda sürünüyorum. Uykusuz geceler, korkulu düşler, bak da gör halimi sürünüyorum. Ne bir sevgilim var, ne seven bir kalbim, ellerin bağrında perişan kaldım bir gün değil sana. Her gün yalvardım, duymadım sesini, sürünüyorum. Ne bir sevgilim var, ne sever bir kalbim, ellerin bağrında perişan kaldım bir gün değil sana. Her gün yalvardım, duymadım sesini, sürünüyorum. Oh! Avunma her günden bir gitmeli, aldatıyor seni, hüsranlar beni, baştan yarat beni, dertten eli, acı bu halime sürüyorum. Tövbeler dili, düşsen yoluna, günahım bırakmaz, girer yoluma, sonunda kul oldum, kötü kuluna, ayaklar altında sürüyorum. Tövbeler dili, düşsen yoluna, günahım bırakmaz, girer yoluma, sonunda kul oldum, kötü kuluna, ayaklar altında sürüyorum. Oh! Günahlar bilirsin. Tövbeler dili, düşsen yoluna, günahın bırakma, girer yoluma, sonunda kul oldum, kötü kuluna, ayaklar altında sürüyorum. Tövbeler dili, düşsen yoluna, günahın bırakmaz, girer yoluma, sonunda kul oldum, kötü kuluna, ayaklar altında sürüyorum. Evet, bir tane de Ayşe'den böyle bakalım. Şimdi her tanesi söylüyorum ama bakalım bu şarkı kimden? Hiç oturmayın, hazır kalkmışken. Ha, evet. Bakalım. Hadi bakalım. sene beni aklım başımdan gider bir olurum benim yaşanan anılarım dün gibi söndürme bu ateşi gün gibi yaşanan anılarım dün gibi söndürme bu ateşi şimdi sen söyle aklına ettim bana olan seni seviyorum seni sarıl bana ay inan etme bana olan seni seviyorum seni sarıl bana ayakta ayakta yaşanan anılarım dün gibi söndürme bu ateşi gün gibi yaşanan anılarım dün gibi söndürme bu ateşi sen söyle inan etme seviyorum de sarıl bana hadi inan etme bana olan seni seviyorum de sarıl bana Kendim anladım, kimselere soramadım, onu bulup sanmak ister canım. Çare aradım, aşkına doyamadım, onu bulup kaçmak ister canım. Ayıpsız ama düştüm ağına, olanlar oldu bana. Yanacağım, tadıdan başka olanlar olur mu? Niye yazmıyor? Tarih biliyor, sabah olmuyor, derdim bitmiyor. Taştan sandım beni, sen tanrım garibim Allah'ındır. Zalim biliyor, sabah olmuyor, derdim bitmiyor. Taştan sandın beni, sen tanrım garibim Allah'ındır. Kendim anladım, kimselere soramadım, onu bulup sarmak ister canım. Çare aradım, aşkına doyamadım, onu bulup kaçmak ister canım. Ayıpsız ama düştüm ağına, olanlar oldu bana. Yalancı ama tadıdan başka olanlar oldu bana. Zalim geliyor, sabah oluyor, derdim bitmiyor. Taştan mı sandın beni, sen tanrım garibim Allah'ındır. Zalim geliyor, sabah oluyor, derdim. Taştan mı sandın beni, sen tanrım garibim Allah'ındır.
bir tane de Sezen gelsin, değil mi? Zıplayın ama yerinizde. Yerimiz fidan yoksa yerimiz fidan, ne var ne var? Uçurum sen kimsin, kim oluyor, sen kimsin, kim bunlar? Hep büyük hadi bakalım kolay gelsin, bir acayip soruyormuş. Bana yalan ben anlamam, pek hesaplı incemiş. Hadi bakalım kolay gelsin, bir acayip soruyormuş. Bana yalan ben anlamam, pek hesaplı incemiş. Sensin, sensin, sensin, Türkçe. Eline diline farklı ol, sonra her şey. Sensin, sensin, sensin, sensin, Türkçe'nin. Eline diline farklı ol, ya. İçimizde ne aşk hevesler, arada hicaz, arada caz nefesler. Bir yanış her gününe şahit, ne kadar uyansa o kadar ister. İçimizde ne aşk hevesler, arada hicaz, arada caz nefesler. Bir yanış her durmak sahip, ne kadar uyansa o kadar ister. Yine ismi Tanrıs, yine ismi Dar. Şu şarkı son kim oluyor, sen kimsin, kim bunlar? En büyük değil, bak bakalım, kesin bir acayip sormuş. Ben anlamam, hep hesaplı indirmiş. Hadi bakalım, kolay gelsin, bir acayip sormuş. Bana yalan, ben anlamam, hep hesaplı indirmiş. Sensin, sensin, sensin, Türkçenin. Eline dinle, hakim ol, sonra öpüler gelsin. Sensin, sensin, sensin, Türkçenin. Eline dinle, hakim ol, dikkat. İçimizde ne aşk hevesler, arada hicaz, arada caz nefesler. Bir yalnız her duruma müsait, ne kadar uyansa o kadar ister. İçimizde ne aşk hevesler, arada hicaz. Bir yalnız her duruma müsait, ne kadar uyansa o kadar ister. Bak. Kolay gelsin, bir acayip zormuş. Bana yalan ben anlamam, pek hesaplı inmiş. Mersi. Mersi, beni sizler yarattınız. Bir de Kenan'dan söyleyelim o zaman. Kenan Doğulu'yu kimler seviyor? Çok tehlikeli burası. Dur. Evet. Hadi bakalım. Yerinde sağ.
beş yoluna değerli sebepsizken ayrılığa baş koydum ben seninle mutlu aşk yoluna beş yoluna bulurum tahtının arkasında aşıklar var benim her halimi sevdiğimi dünyada bensiz bırakmam seni yalnızlar var benim her halimi sevdiğimi hayatta terk etmem seni yaparım birisi değil kıskanayım yakarım Roma'yı da yakarım ben bulurum seni bulurum olurum yine senin olurum bu kadar işte bu yine olurum yine senin olurum engelli mesafeler aşkına meşguluna değerli sebepsizken ayrılığına baş koydum ben seninle mutlu aşk yoluna aşk yoluna bulurum tahtına rastlarda aşıklar onlar benim her halimi sevdiğimi dünyada bensiz bırakmam seni yalnızlar onlar benim her halimi sevdiğimi hayatta terk etmem seni şaparım birisi bir kıskanırım yakarım Roma'yı da yakarım ben bulurum seni yine bulurum olurum yine senin olurum bir kıskanırım yakarım Roma'yı da yakarım ben bulurum seni yine bulurum olurum yine senin olurum hazır mısınız? Yeni koro buldum. Bir kızı kanalım, yakarım Roma'yı da yakarım ben bulurum, seni yine bulurum, olurum yine senin olurum. Bir kızı kanalım, yakarım Roma'yı da yakarım ben bulurum, seni yine bulurum, yaparım birisi. Son kıvırmalar. Haydi bakalım kum. Süper hızla geçti her şey bir andan döndü şansımız. İşte hayat böyle bir şey, şimşak değişir her şey. Biraz mutsuz mutsuzlar, çekim gücünü unutmuşken evrende barıştık bugün, iyi ki varsın. Kendimi sana sıkı sıkı bulsun ya, baka baka doyamıyorum. Gözünü süze havalı gülünce hayran oluyorum. İstediğini bile tatlı tatlı bana küçük yönden bulmuyorsun ya. İstediğini göre reddediyorsun ama şanslıyım ve neredeyim zamanında nerede? En güzel bölüm başlıyor, yanımızdan seyredelim. Şanslıyım nerelerdeyim zamanında geldim. En güzel bölüm başlıyor, yanımızdan seyredelim. Süper hızlı geçti her şey bir anda döndü şansımız. İşte hayat böyle bir şey, şimşak değişir her şey. Biraz mutsuz gerçekin gücünü unutmuşken evrende barıştık bugün, iyi ki varsın. Sallayın saçları. Saçını sağa sola sarılıyorsun ya, baka baka doyamıyorum. Gözümü size hamalı gülünce hayran oluyorum. İstediğini göre nazlı yetmem. İstediğini bile nazlı reddediyorsun ama Şanslı'nın neredeyim zamanında geldim. En güzel bir bak, yanımızdan seyredelim. Şans vereyim neredeyim zamanında geldim. En güzel bir başlıyor, yanımızdan seyredelim. Hepinize iyi akşamlar. İyi başlarsan görüşmek üzere. Hepinize diyorum, kendinize çok iyi bakın. Bye bye.